very hard to fall off a camel, and I almost did.
You almost did. Where did you write it?
This was in Israel.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Jersey boy.
I guess only the pro who is the boss can call the boss a Jersey boy, South Jersey.
Cracking some jokes. Next to the most popular musical artist in the world.
The Weeknd is officially the Guinness Book of World Record holder as the most popular artist in the world, but there is a but. That's based only on users of Spotify.
That's
So what do you
pretty
think?
good,
I mean,
though.
yeah, but does that count? I mean, most people do use Spotify. Not everybody.
I don't.
Oh,
I'm like
really?
the only person I know
Wow,
who does not.
surprising.
I know. The 33-year-old Canadian has set 2 Guinness World Records with most monthly listeners on Spotify, and the first artist to reach 100 million monthly listeners on Spotify. I don't know why this story surprised me so much. I love The Weeknd.
It surprised me too, even though I would have, if you had asked me before, I would have said
who would
top
you
5,
have
but I would have thought Justin Bieber
Yeah?
would have been probably my
Yeah.
first guess, or Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Good for The Weeknd. He's number 1. All right, next to a couple of A-listers moonlighting as high fashion models.
Because they're not busy enough. Justin Timberlake has made his Louis Vuitton modeling debut in the designer's colorful collaboration with a Japanese artist. That new collection, if you want to drop some coin, is out next week. No word yet how much it will cost, though, but I imagine it's not going to be cheap.
He's bringing sexy back again. All right, and J-Lo, perhaps trying for that mansion down payment was it like $65 million?
Yes.
That includes her new line of shoes with Revolve, which appeared to be just heels, straps, and some feathers. And she's already the face of an Italian lingerie brand.
She's not busy enough.
Oh, man. And then we had, obviously, her husband, Ben Affleck, or fiance, husband?
No, they're married.
Yeah, they're married.
Remember?
That's right. Yeah, of course. Benifer? No.
Jennifer?
Am I saying that right? Yeah.
Look at it.
Look at this. I'm learning. I am learning. But he's got the Air movie. He was on GMA the other day. They're both just
So proud
power
of you.
couple there.
You're really like pop culture,
I'm
you
trying.
know.
And you said Shohei Ohtani. I mean, earlier.
What is happening? We're in the
See, that's-
twilight zone. Okay, Selena Gomez, we love her. Could she be getting married in Only Murders in the Building?
The actress was recently seen on the set of Hulu's smash hit series lace wedding dress, moving frantically through the streets of New York City with her co-stars Steve Martin and Martin Short. Now, even though I haven't seen this show yet, I did see this picture and it was blowing up on Twitter.
It's been
Instagram.
everywhere. It was kind of a father of the bride moment, wasn't it, with Steve Martin? But she also took one with Martin Short as well.
Okay. This was in Israel.
Oh, how
Yeah,
fun.
a lot of fun. So she's having a great time too. Coming up. Her co-stars Steve Martin and Martin Short. Now, even though I haven't seen. Okay, and we'll have to check this in June to see for our. I'll add it to the list. And finally, Oprah poses on a camel.
Okay, so folks,
It's easy. The camels are trained, obviously, and they sit down like that. Then you get on, and then you do have a good time too. Coming in, we've got amazing kids.
These bills are crazy.
She is no.
To catch up.
3, actually.
Is it season 3?
It is season 3, yeah. To visit to Jordan.
And this one, pouting with a camel. You know, I'm actually easy. The camels are trained, obviously, and they down like that. Then you get on, and then you do.
These bills are crazy.
Next to a couple of A-listers moonlighting as
Want to drop some coin is out next week. No word yet how much it will cost, though.
Revolve, which appeared to be just heels, straps, and some feathers. And she's, oh, and then we had, you know, obviously her husband, Ben Affleck, or fiance, He's got the Air movie. He was on GMA the other day. They're both just
So proud
power
of you.
couple there.
You're
Of Hulu's smash hit series in a lace wedding dress moving frantically through the street.
kind of a Father of the Bride moment, wasn't it, with Steve Martin? But she also took one with Martin Short. This is for season 3. You have to catch
I
up.
had it 99% on Rotten Tomatoes. I'll add it to the list. And finally, Oprah poses on a camel.
Okay, check out the photos from to Jordan.
And this one, pouting with a camel. You know, I've actually ridden a camel. It's interesting.
Is it
Yeah, it's fun.
Looks?
The camel are
screws and rubber band. As one of the students gets orthodontist. When Sloan lifts her arms, the strings on the prosthetic are meant to pull the hand closed so she can grab things. The next
Says is evidence. Former
Term policy. You've been a term policy? Team, I need a volunteer.
He's bringing sexy back again.
Drinkware to high-tech items.
Wow.
I love it. Go to 4imprint.com and find some fun now.
4imprint for certain.
Every detail counts.
Businesses or companies, hospitals and medical professionals, survivors of sexual abuse justice. If your loved one is a survivor of sexual abuse, call the Attorneys for Survivor Justice at the number
denigrate the person, disparage them. The possible prosecution could center around
The Fed's decision is the worldwide banking crisis driven by the recent collapses of Silicon.
Chest compressions begin.
Underswallows anymore.
Saying it yet. DeSantis, who walked with Biden and their wives after Hurricane Ian.
Kicks off. Okay, coming up, we are one step closer to eating meat grown in a
DeSantis, who walked with Biden and their wives after. In this new interview, asked, "Do you think you could beat Biden?"
86165,000.
and other charges in the 3 deaths.
2 men who dug their way out of a Virginia jail were back in custody hours later after
Japan's.
I'm not sure, but it wasn't 1.7 billion.
U.S. is probably the highest.
Yeah. It was a great game.
Is the patient aggressive or
The 3-day strike, supported by teachers, has shut down the
Kashida laid flowers at a memorial in Bucha, where Russian soldiers are accused of war crimes.
The U.S. is picking up the pace of its weapon.
We used like greasy messes.
Nap.
The grand jury in New York that will be responsible for deciding whether to vote to indict former President Trump over alleged hush money payments is set to read today. While Mr. Trump's prediction he would be arrested on Tuesday did not come to pass, it hasn't stopped allies and supporters of the fifth president from coming to his defense. NBC's Garrett Hake has more.
New York City bracing for a possible indictment of former.
But by 5:48, it's too late. One defense attorney disappointed by videos saying it could taint a jury.
Atmospheric river in just a few months. The system dumping 10 inches, which has faced a drought for.
Moving to the Great Basin, the Rockies, and we can see feet of snow and stuff.
Talks with the Russian president. The two signed two.
Is getting hit by a car driven by a fleeing suspect Monday night. Police say he's accused of breaking into a car on Morning Dove Drive on Bird Key earlier in the day. The vehicle was later spotted on Longboat Key, but eventually returned to Bird Key hours later. At that time, officers blocked the neighborhood's only exit with their patrol cars. But as you see video from the guard stand, the driver went around the roadblock, striking an officer, sending him flying over the top of the car.
When we watched the video this morning and our command staff meet,
It's a great game, though.
Congrats.
Trout was very.
An Idaho woman charged in the 2019 deaths of her two children and her husband's late wife will no longer face the death penalty. A judge has ruled that Lori Vallow Daybell's attorneys will have time to review. collaboration with a Japanese artist. That new color is out next week. No word yet how much it will cost, though, but I imagine it's going to be cheap.
He's bringing sexy back again. All right, and J-Lo perhaps trying to scrape up more money for that mansion down payment. Was it like $65 million? Of shoes with Revolve, which appeared to be just heels, straps, and some feathers, as she's already the face of an Italian lingerie brand. Man. And then we had Ben Affleck, or fiance, husband?
No, they're married.
Yeah, they're married.
We had a wedding, remember?
That's right, yeah, of course. Bennifer? No.
Bennifer?
Am I saying that right? Yeah. Look at this. I'm learning. I am learning. But he's been busy too. He's got the Air movie. He was on GMA the other day. They're both just
so proud
power
of you.
Couple there.
You're really like pop culture.
I'm trying. And you said, Tani.
What is happening? We're in the Twilight Zone. Okay, Selena Gomez, we love her. Could she be getting married in Only Murders in the Building?
The actress was recently seen on the set of Hulu's smash hit series in a lace wedding dress moving frantically through the streets of New York City with her co-stars Steve Martin and Martin Short. Now, even though I haven't seen this show yet, I did see this picture and it was blowing up on Twitter.
It's been everywhere. It was kind of a father of the bride moment, wasn't it, with Steve Martin? But she also took it up as well.
Okay, and we'll have to tune in to season 2, which is in June, to see for ourselves what happened.
Three, actually.
Is it season 3?
It is season 3. Yeah, there have been 2.
Shows how much I
This
know.
is for season 3. You have to catch up.
It's got like a 99% on Rotten Tomatoes.
It's so good.
I'll add it to the list. And finally, Oprah poses on a camel.
Okay, check out the photos from her recent visit to Jordan.
And this one, pouting with a camel. You know, I've actually ridden a camel. It's interesting.
Is that?
Yeah. Actually very easy. The camels are trained, obviously, and they sit down like that. Then you get on, and then you do nothing. The camel does all the work. They say it's very hard to fall off a camel, and I almost did.
You almost did. Where did you ride it?
This was in Israel.
Oh,
yeah,
fun.
a lot of fun. She's having a great time too. Coming up, we've got amazing kids.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine. Know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy? Even a term policy!
To put together a prosthetic.
I could on everybody was following Roger Lott orders to attacking citizens. Ain't that what we do?
For her.
In the Kansas City metro area. Experts call it a win-win as intention. It's great for both the students and for the cats. They look happy.
Yeah, and reading out loud is such an important skill, right?
It really is, and it's actually very.
It's on the runway.
Also, this says there is evidence former President Trump may have broken the law. Plus,
test could just be hours away.
and there's ABC News exclusive reporting about a separate case.
He may have committed a crime. All of this comes amid anticipation Trump will be indicted in that entirely different case brought by Manhattan.
10 suspects were indicted Tuesday on second-degree murder charges.
Now, to California, where powerful winds.
When we see winds pick up, it knocks over trees. That takes out roads, and when they come down, that takes out wires, and that causes power outages.
Down trees and high winds, also slowing down emergency orders.
We're delayed due to wind. There's a tree now. I'm unable to make access to the call. Walk up this tree, help me get out of here.
This latest downpour marks the historic 12th atmospheric.
Maryland crossed in front of a departing Southwest airline in January. The vehicle came within 173 feet of the airliner. The ambulance driver apparently misunderstood an order to not go across the runway.
Scary stuff. Analysts, lower mortgage rates and stagnant prices are behind an apparent end to the housing market slump. New data shows home sales spiked. Was seriously hurt.
There's a new chapter in the saga of the Murdaugh family. Weeks after Alec Murdaugh was convicted of double murder,
Wow.
I'm back, baby.
Meeting. It was horrific. It was terrible.
Max Trochet tells us the officer was hospitalized with some contusions, soreness, and swelling. He's now back home recovering from those injuries. Meantime, police are working to track down the man who hit him, seen in this surveillance image. They say the suspect dumped the Mercedes in the 2900 block of Orange Avenue and took off from there. Police believe the car he was in is from the South Florida area.
If you can give us any leads, any information, we'll take it, because this person needs to be put in jail for what he did. He could have killed an officer last night, and that would have been very unfortunate for our family.
Adam, thanks to Allison for that report. All right, Michelle's tracking your forecast for the week ahead.
And ahead, back.
Let's just Kellogg's Special K.
Cleaning is the worst. Seriously.
Made Bad Bunny the most streamed artist in the world. And won him a Grammy.
Bad Bunny.
I just made this album with love and passion.
Of course, the pair started in 2011.
Only were her legal rights to her voice and the actual profits lost out on were taken from her. She's also claiming that she had this injury at a...
We've reached out to Bad Bunny for comment, but have not yet heard back. The Puerto Rican rapper now preparing to headline Coachella next month.
Thanks, Allison, for that report. Breakups are messy, and this was messy, expensive.
Manning judge on Tuesday ruled that key witnesses will be allowed to testify in the civil rape lawsuit being brought against Mr. Trump by writer E.G. Carroll. The judge is also allowing recordings of Trump from 2005 to be played for the jury. In 2019, Carroll alleged that she was raped by Trump in a department store dressing room in the mid-90s. Trump has said in a deposition he never met Carroll at the store and didn't know who she was. The trial is set to begin on April 25th. A lawyer for Carroll declined to comment when reached for comment by NBC News, while a lawyer for Mr. Trump did not immediately respond to a request for comment.
Today, the Federal Reserve is expected to issue its 9th interest rate hike in just over a year's time in its ongoing effort to combat inflation. This comes amid growing concerns over the impact the Fed's decisions may have had on the recent turmoil in the banking industry. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. And Bree, what should we expect from Chairman Powell this afternoon?
Good morning, Francis. Well, as you said, the Federal Reserve this afternoon is expected to raise interest rates by another quarter point, bringing the target rate range to 5%. This would mark the 9th time the Fed has raised interest rates since last inflation. One of the issues that could complicate the Fed's decision is the worldwide banking crisis driven by the recent collapses of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. Some fear that the rising rates could make it harder for banks to lend, harming small businesses and other borrowers. Now, this has led some to believe that Fed Chair Jerome Powell might pause the ongoing rate hikes amidst this continued economic uncertainty and resume sometime in the future. In the wake of the recent bank collapses in the U.S. and the world, Chairman Powell has come for some of his decisions. Elizabeth Warren said this about Powell on Meet the Press last weekend.
My views on Jay Powell are well known at this point. He has had two jobs. One is to deal with monetary policy, one with regulation. He has failed at both. I don't think he should be chair of the Federal Reserve. I have said it as publicly as I know how to say it.
We're also seeing the effect of these rate hikes on the U.S. housing market. According to new data released Tuesday by the National Association of Realtors, sales of previously owned homes jumped up 14.5% for the month of February. That's the first monthly gain in a year. The price of an existing home also saw a decline for the first time in over years. Experts are saying that buyers are taking advantage of the decline in mortgage rates. Back to you, Francis.
Bree, thank you.
A grand jury in Virginia has indicted 10 people for second-degree murder and the death of 28-year-old Ivo Tenyo, who died in police custody as he was being transferred to a mental.
Three-day strike for Los Angeles public schools. The nation's second-largest school district remains closed as its workers demand pay and better working conditions. Here's Miguel Almaguer.
Off the job and on the picket line. These are some of the 30,000 LA Unified School District support employees demanding higher pay. Custodial cafeteria worker.
Spots. And then tomorrow, a new storm comes on shore, and storm after storm after storm. So into the Pacific Northwest tomorrow. It does look like most of the moisture will be further to the north than it was the last 2 days. More rain and snow in Northern California as we go throughout this Thursday. Winter weather alerts for throughout the Southwest into the Intermountain. That's a look at the story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead.
Them again. It even makes shoes smell fresh. It doesn't cover up odors with scent, but actually fights them and freshens. Over 1,000 youth.
One vehicles delivered by the fall. And the Pentagon also says that the stateside training of Ukrainian personnel on Patriot missile systems has gone faster than expected. Troops have been training at Fort Sill Army Post in Oklahoma on the advanced surface-to-air missile system, and those might now also be delivered on a, quote, expedited timeline.
Coming up next, a hit and run caught on camera. The manhunt for a driver who ran over a cop in a stolen vehicle.
Will quit coaching after this.
The Voice, Monday and Tuesday on NBC. Today, it's an AI revolution. Now look at all the ways you can use artificial intelligence
to make your life easier, plus what you should know about its limits.
In Sarasota, Florida, police are searching for a suspect who mowed down a police officer on duty in the incident. All caught on camera. Police got a report of a stolen vehicle and were staging a roadblock when the driver zoomed past, hitting the... Allison Hanning of affiliate WFLA has the story.
Sarasota police released this footage showing one of its officers getting hit by a car driven by a fleeing suspect Monday night. Police say he's accused of breaking into a car on Morning Dove Drive on Bird Key earlier in the day. The vehicle was later spotted on Long Key, but eventually returned to Bird Key hours later. At that time, officers blocked the neighborhood's only exit with their patrol cars. But as you see in this video from the guard stand, the driver went around the roadblock, striking an officer, sending him flying over the top of the car.
When we watched the video this morning in our command staff meeting, it was horrific. It was terrible.
Yeah, Mom, everything's great. Yeah. I mean, not my mom.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Suffering from sinus congestion, especially at night? Try Vicks Sinex for instant relief that lasts up to 12 hours. Vicks Sinex targets congestion up.
In Memphis, that is 7 degrees above normal for this time of year. 81 degrees. We're warm into the mid-Atlantic.
Another old woman a threat to me. Another old ass woman a threat to me.
Into the 60s in DC. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, warmer in some spots. We're looking at temperatures still well above normal. Even up to Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, 66 degrees. That's 12 degrees above normal for this time of year. We'll keep it warm over the next several days. Unfortunately, further to the north, it's going to...
According to the lawsuit, the pair started dating in 2011 and in 2015.
Mr. Messy, and this one's messy, expensive, ugly.
$13 million a word.
Consultation. Call 884-4791. That's 800-984-4.
Coming up on Sunrise.
Telling your story, WCBI Sunrise starts now.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks for joining us here on Sunrise on this Wednesday. I'm Eric Crosswhite. It's going to turn into a pretty nice day out there. Let's start the show off with Chief Meteorologist Isaac Williams. Isaac, not looking so great for the next couple of days, though. Yeah.
Porn star Stormy Daniels.
About $130,000 payment to Stormy Daniels.
The case involves potentially falsified business records and possible campaign finance violations, something that would have surprised Trump back in 1999.
Nobody knows more about campaign finance than I do.
The payments to Daniels were facilitated by Cohen in the final days of the 2016 campaign. The Access Hollywood tape had just come out.
When you're a star, they like to do it. You can do anything.
And Daniels was allegedly trying to sell her story about sleeping with her.
Was it hush money to say?
The story was coming out again.
Cohen, Trump's former fixer and attorney, became one of his primary antagonists.
I know what Mr. Trump is. He is a racist. He is and he is a cheat.
Cohen has met with the Manhattan DA's office 20 times and appeared before the grand jury twice to testify about a $130,000 payment to Daniels to silence her about an alleged affair with Trump.
Mr. President!
Trump denies any such affair. Now, almost 7 years later, the case may be coming to a conclusion. But while this particular investigation may be the most imminent, legal experts say it's far from the most consequential. Trump is also facing a dual-pronged special counsel investigation,
It is in the public interest to appoint a special counsel.
examining both the former president's handling of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago and possible obstruction,
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
and his involvement in the events leading up to the storming of the Capitol on January 6th.
Jack Smith's case is the most important because it's the constitutionally most significant to the country.
And that's not the only investigation related to the 2020 election and its aftermath in Georgia. Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis is looking into Trump and his allies' efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
In that case, a special grand jury returned a report recommending multiple indictments, and the DA is still deciding on whether to bring charges.
And back in Mississippi, the state's largest economic development plan continues to develop. The Golden Triangle Link is looking ahead to the next challenge. CEO Joe Max Higgins laid out a proposed timeline on construction for the aluminum dynamics plant. He said they plan to hire locally, but about 10% of the startup staff are coming from existing operations. Some have already bought homes or property here to build on. Higgins expects the expansion of people to the area, but keeping them here depends on what the area can offer.
If you've got kids, you're looking at schools. Okay. If you don't have kids, you're looking at safety. Those of us that are married and got wives, they're going to want a place to shop and do recon.
A separate note of interest to the area, Higgins says Aurora Flight Sciences in Columbus was recently acquired by Boeing. A steering committee is formed at Tupelo to carry out a comprehensive plan for the city. 32 names have been submitted. They'll focus on economic development, housing, beautification, and more. Once the committee is formed, a consultant will be brought in to help. We'll be creating an updated plan ready by June 2024, which will last until 2040.
Once that comprehensive plan is adopted by the council, we will then embark on a new city development code and a new zoning. And so key aspect of this new comprehensive plan will be that it will result in a new development code, updated code of ordinances, and an updated zoning map.
The steering committee's first meeting is planned for April. The public will have opportunities to give input through the process. The two bills worth mentioning are still in limbo as lawmakers wrap up their final days at the state capitol. Courtney Ann Jackson explains how the legislation could impact you.
The state constitution gives you a voice when you think elected leaders have neglected issues you find important. But lawmakers are taking it down to the wire again with finding a way to restore that right to you.
The bot just said a key. In Spanish, that means over there. In this language that's supposed to be protecting us, it means Ronald Reagan's overt here. It's somebody telling you that they part of some secret government plot to accomplish some goal that the public is too sensitive to know about. Now, mind you, it ain't nothing this government supposed to do. Ain't no Magna Carta, none of that. There's a constitution that we all must follow now.
I didn't get to this point last year and it stalled out during conference.
But the resolution in its current form,
I don't believe that it actually helps the people have a voice in the state of Mississippi. It's a horrible plan in order to fix something that was really simple by changing those congressional districts from 5 to 4.
senators initially proposed more than doubling the number of signatures needed to get an issue on the ballot. But 2 weeks ago, the House lowered it to the number previously required.
You want to overt hear me for the Magna Carta? File your suit under the Magna Carta.
Around 106,000. Still, they'd restrict the topics, including those related to abortion.
And those conferences where a lot of the quirks get worked out, the differences between the two sides, and maybe even some of the input from the governor's office, because everybody has to remember the governor eventually has to sign whatever legislation we put forward.
Another issue heading to one of the
Sunrise after the break.
Mopping the kitchen is a messy chore. It can take forever to mop the dirt from your floor. Now you can spin
down here. We've got some heavier rain notes like Ripley, Boonville, Tupelo, Pontotoc to Iuka, seeing some more steady type rain, and that's going to be the case for the next couple of hours. But you can see all of this is sort of slowly moving off to the north and east. Thankfully, way above freezing, kind of a nice start, comfortable start to the day as well.
Consultation, call 800-98.
The story was coming out again.
Cohen, Trump's former fixer and personal attorney.
Indictment in one of four
No fewer than 4 criminal investigations. Purdy's investigation into hush money payments to porn.
Morning, that starts to taper off by 8 o'clock today. A spring-like day tomorrow, no weather concerns.
Trump faces a possible indictment in one of
No fewer than 4 criminal investigations. Purdy's investigation into hush money payments to porn star Stormy Daniels.
Did you know about the $130,000 payment to Stormy Daniels?
The case involves potentially falsified business records and possible campaign finance violations, something that would have surprised Trump back in 1999.
Nobody knows more about campaign finance than I do.
Daniels were facilitated by Cohen in the final days of the 2016 campaign. The Access Hollywood tape had just come out,
When you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
and Daniels was allegedly trying to sell her story about sleeping with Trump.
Was it hush money to stay silent?
Yes. The story was coming out again.
Cohen, Trump's former fixer and personal attorney, became one of his primary antagonists.
I know what Mr. Trump is. He is a racist. He is a con man. And he is a cheat.
Cohen has met with the Manhattan DA's office 20 times and appeared before the grand jury twice to testify about a $130,000 payment to Daniels to silence her about an alleged affair.
Mr. President!
Trump denies any such affair. Now, almost 7 years later, the case may be coming to a conclusion. But while this particular investigation may be the most imminent, legal experts say it's far from the most consequential. Trump is also facing a dual-pronged counsel investigation.
It is in the public interest to appoint a special counsel.
Examining both the handling of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago and possible obstruction.
We're going to the Capitol.
And his involvement in the events leading up to the storming of the Capitol on January 6th.
Jack Smith's case is the most important because it's constitutionally most significant to the country.
And that's not the only investigation related to the 2020 election and its aftermath in Georgia. Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis is looking at Trump and his allies' efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
I just want to find 11,780 loans.
In that case, a special grand jury report recommending multiple indictments, and the DA is still deciding on whether to bring charges.
And back in Mississippi, the state's largest economic development plan continues to develop. The Golden Triangle Link is looking ahead next challenge. CEO Joe Max Higgins laid out a proposed timeline on construction for the Aluminum Dynamics plant. He said they plan to hire locally, but about 10% of the startup staff are coming from existing operations. Some have already bought homes or property here to build on. Higgins expects the expansion to bring more people to the area, but keeping them here depends on what the area can offer.
If you've got kids, you're looking at schools. Okay. If you don't have kids, you're looking at safety. Those of us that are married and got wives, they're going to want a place to shop and do retail.
On a separate note of interest to the area, Higgins says Aurora Flight Sciences in Columbus was recently acquired by Boeing. A steering committee is forming in Tupelo to carry out a comprehensive plan for the city. 32 names have been submitted. They'll focus on economic development, housing, beautification, and more. Once the committee is formed, a consultant will be brought in to help. We'll be creating an updated plan ready by June 2024, which will last until 2040.
Once that comprehensive plan is adopted by the council, we will then embark on a new city development code and a new zoning. And so the key aspect of this new comprehensive plan will be that it will result in a new development code, updated code of ordinances, and an updated zoning map.
The steering committee's first meeting is planned for April. The public will have opportunities to give input through the process. The two bills worth mentioning are still in limbo as lawmakers wrap up their final days at the state capitol. Courtney Ann Jackson explains how the legislation could impact you.
The state constitution gives you a voice when you think elected leaders have neglected issues you find important. But lawmakers are taking it down to the wire again with finding a way to recite to you.
I did get to this point last year and it stalled out during conference.
But the resolution in its current form,
I don't believe that it actually helps the people have a voice in the state of Mississippi. It's a horrible, horrible plan in order to fix something that was really simple by changing those congressional districts from 5 to 4.
senators initially proposed more than doubling the number of signatures needed to get an issue on the ballot. But 2 weeks ago, the House lowered it to the number previously required, around 106,000. Still, they'd restrict the topics, including no referendums related to abortion.
In those conferences where a lot of the quirks get worked out, the differences between the two sides, and maybe even some of the input from the governor's office, because everybody has to remember the governor eventually has to sign whatever legislation we put forward.
Another issue heading to one of those conference committees, school funding. Education advocates are putting on the pressure with calls to the switchboards.
We have an opportunity here to make sure that every Mississippi child has a shot at a great life, at a strong, high-quality education. And everybody's paying attention. They know there's an extra $1 billion there. They want their schools fully funded.
Courtney Ann Jackson, WCBI News.
Next on Sunrise, flames under the hood, how long it took crews to put out a parking lot fire in Starkville. We've got more Sunrise after the break.
Being the kitchen is a messy chore. It can
An update on a former youth pastor in Tupelo accused of child sex crimes. The Lee County Sheriff's Office added more charges. 27-year-old Alexander Welder is now facing 2 counts of sexual battery from the county. Tupelo police had already filed charges after a tip started an investigation, which included enticement of a child for lustful purposes. The sheriff's deputies are working together on the case. A man in Clay County is accused of a child sex crime and knowingly spreading HIV. DeMonta Cantrell is charged with possession of child pornography and exposure to HIV. Officers arrested him in Orlando, Florida, and will extradite him to West Point. Cantrell's indictment claims he infected someone in 2018, the same year he got in trouble for child pornography. His bond hasn't been set. Prentiss County investigators arrested a man from Baldwin for child molestation. 74-year-old Ray McDonald is charged with 2 counts of touching a child for lustful purposes. The child's parents filed the charges based on evidence collected. McDonald's bond is $100,000 and he's been ordered to have no contact with the victim. A car burst into flames outside auto in Starkville Tuesday morning. It caught fire in the parking lot of the store off Highway 12. Starkville firefighters put out the flames in about 5 minutes. The fire investigator says it started under the hood, but they're still figuring out why. No one was hurt. And to avoid a fire in your home, your spring cleaning needs to include the air ducts. Columbus Fire Chief
This is WTVA, Tupelo, Columbus.
We are seeing more of that rain. You are heading out for your Wednesday morning, but will we continue to see this rain all along?
This morning, one Alabama football player won't hit the field anytime soon, except for the head coach Benedict. The search continues for this one man. Well, have you seen him? Police say they tried to conduct a search warrant recently, but he was not there. Or you can know what you can do to help police solve this case is coming up. And this morning, Corinth police caught him doing donuts in the street, like they're facing drug charges. What they say they found is coming up. Plus, here this morning is a bill that would help families all across Mississippi soon consider a budget proposal that could lead to more money in your pockets. Plus,
Everything that's happening in Tennessee with the legislation is scary.
This morning, right now, folks are pushing back. This comes after Tennessee's governor passed two bills that opponents target the budget. They're now showing their support for the community is coming up. This is WTVA 9. Good morning, thank you for joining us. We'll start your day today. I'm Bronson Williams. The local it's the halfway point of our week. It's Wednesday, March 22nd.
Yeah, we're seeing that rainfall kind of off and on for your morning tempo out, but this spotty. We are seeing some low rain because of it. Down around the Golden Triangle region, we are going to continue to track out very cloudy, overcast skies. We could see some more rainfall as we're heading throughout the rest of the morning. Some of those heavier spots that we're seeing in northern parts of Yalobusha County, southern Lafayette County. Most of that, though, kind of right along that Tennessee state line, places in Alcorn, Tishomingo County, seeing a little bit more of that heavier rainfall. Some spotty showers down really south and west of the Golden Triangle region. We will continue to see some more of this rain as you are heading out throughout the rest of your morning time, going into your afternoon. Spotty showers still possible, but tapering off. Heading outside right now, slick roadways over towards Oxford. Traffic looking for is always still flowing smoothly. Temperatures for most of us are into those 50s, 54 degrees over towards Oxford, Tupelo, Columbus. Corinth a little bit cooler at 48. But if you're heading out all day long, wind chances will taper off for the afternoon going into the evening. A few breaks for clouds, some sunshine later today. The temperatures in the lower cities.
Happy search continues after the weekend shooting out of Tupelo. This comes after police carried out a search warrant recently at a home on Lakeview Street in Tupelo, but the suspect was not there. Police are looking for Courtney Jameson. They say he's wanted for a weekend shooting at that Waffle House on South Gloucester. Jameson is charged with aggravated assault for shooting a man there. The victim was taken to the hospital for 9 life-threatening injuries. The U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force is working with Tupelo police on the case. Now, Jameson pled guilty to trafficking cocaine and possession of a firearm. That was in Illinois back in 2013. He was released from jail on federal parole on August of 2020 and was set to be released in 2025. Now, get this. If Jameson is arrested and convicted for this recent shooting, he'll likely have to serve the remainder of his original 35-year sentence, along with any additional charges for this. Happening now, a former youth pastor accused of having sex with a minor is facing more charges this morning. Take a look. This is Alexander Blackwelder. He was originally charged with 2 counts of sexual battery of enticement of a minor. Now he faces 2 more sexual battery charges. Blackwelder was serving at East Main Street Church of Christ. The police arrested him nearly a month ago. Police say that he allegedly had inappropriate contact with a 16-year-old girl. This morning, an Alabama freshman defensive back is now suspended from the team. It's after police arrested him on drug charges. Crimson Tide coach Nick Saban says he's suspended the team and all team activities until we gather more information about the situation and what his legal circumstances. The Holmes County Sheriff's Office arrested Mitchell and Christopher Lewis, who you also see here, recently on a charge of possession of marijuana with the intent to sell or deliver. Lewis is also facing charges for carrying a concealed gun without a permit. This morning, Corinth for doing donut car, but ended with drug charges. Police say this happened at the intersection of Alcorn Drive and Corder Drive on March 17th. Officers stopped Charles Derrick, who you see here.
They say they found a clear baggie hanging out of Derek's pocket. Notice there was a crystal-like substance inside of it. They arrested him and charged him with possession of a controlled substance, meth, to the state crime lab for confirmation testing. This morning, no one got hurt in a recent vehicle fire in Starkville. Take a look at this. No one got hurt, rather. The Starkville firefighters worked on this vehicle fire on Tuesday. It happened in front of AutoZone on Highway 12. Firefighters were able to put out this fire, and again, nobody got hurt in this. Here this morning, the Associated Press has released a new report highlighting racial representation in Jackson. They say one black lawmaker and 9 plans are working on the final versions of bills that could expand the territory of a state-run police department inside Mississippi's capital city. The black lawmaker picked is Democratic Representative Earl Banks. He told the AP that his goal is to have a safer city. Banks says he's heard from Jackson residents and business people concerned about crime. Jackson's had over 100 homicides for each of the past 3 years. House Speaker Philip Gunn and Lieutenant Del Guzman picked the negotiators. Here this morning, Mississippi Attorney General Lynn Fitch is showing her support for a bill that would help families all across the state. Mississippi is considering legislation that would unlock the state's workforce potential by encouraging employers to provide child care options for employees. This bill options or stipends to their employees. Fitch says this is her top priority for the Empowerment Project. Looking ahead, lawmakers in Alabama are going to soon look at a proposed budget plan that would give tax rebates and pay raises for people living in the state. Those tax rebates would be $400 for individuals and $800 for married couples. They say also that state employees and educators would get a 2% pay raise. Submitted the proposed spending for the fiscal year that begins in October. Lawmakers say they're going to debate the legislation for the next 2 months. And don't go away, because WTVA's Avery Hilliard is bringing us more later this morning on this budget proposal in our 6 o'clock hour. This morning, a benefit concert didn't just give folks in Tennessee the chance to listen to some artists. It gave them the chance to show their support for the LGBT community. That was necessary. It's coming up. And also happening today, if you are driving through Winston County, listen to this. Mississippi's Department of Transportation is starting some road work in parts of the area. It could slow you down.
And as you're heading out for your morning, some of us are seeing a little bit more of that rainfall, but how long is this rainfall sticking around?
American made means more than just being made in America. It means representing the values that our country is founded on. Hard work, independent spirit, breaking a few rules, and doing it all for the right reasons. American made bad boy mowers. Mow with an attitude.
LQ Furniture with a load of mattresses in. That's right, name brand mattresses you save on. Guess what? You go through, you pick out a pile, that price, get it. You go through, you find it $295. That's right. No place in America can save you more than LQ Furniture on mattresses. So if you're getting ready to come look at LQ.
Going on now during March and April is our 43rd annual Blue Maroon Sale at Dawson Big Four.
We got the best deal.
They got some good deals. Ours are better.
I can talk fast. Unbelievable.
Oh yeah? Beat this.
Check this out. Unbelievable.
Okay, I admit, that's pretty good, but I can beat it with this. All these great deals going on now at the 43rd annual Blue Maroon Sale at Dawson Big Four.
Are you suffering because of missing teeth? Dental implants can change your life.
We're proud of patients improve their smiles through affordable tooth replacement options. Whether it's full dentures or life-changing dental implants, Affordable Dentures and Implants at Tupelo is here to help you. Go ahead and smile. Schedule your new smile consultation today. Now accepting Aetna and United Healthcare Medicare Advantage dental plans across the street from North Mississippi Medical Center on South Gloucester Street in Tupelo.
Go ahead and smile.
WTVA 9 News is looking for multimedia journalists. Gather local news, shoot and edit video, as well as write and report on air and online. Find exciting opportunities at WTVA.com under the About Us tab. Start your news career today with WTVA 9 News.
Helping you plan your day. WTVA 9 News. You're watching WTVA Today with Daniela Oropesa, Bronson Woodruff, and meteorologist Chelsea Simmons.
Welcome back this morning. It is 5:10, looking live outside down around the Columbus area. If you're on the Golden Triangle, if you're around the northern parts of our area, you could be seeing some rain today. I drove through some this morning coming down from Alcorn County. Chelsea, what do you see?
Yeah, still seeing some of that rainfall as you are heading out. So slick road, you may be needing your time, that rain gear, as you are heading out for your morning commute. Outside in Tupelo right now, very overcast, cloudier skies. Temperature sitting at 54 degrees. We are seeing that slight breeze coming out of the southeast, and this winds will actually pick up into the afternoon, but we're not seeing anything that's just too breezy today. We are seeing warmer weather, though. Even for your morning time, we're starting off warmer, about 13-degree difference in Tupelo than we were. Columbus, 20-degree difference. So definitely a nicer start than the colder weather that we've seen over the past few days. If you're heading out right now in Starkville, we are going to continue to track out traffic flowing smoothly. A few slick spots once again. We're not seeing a lot of ponding on most of our roadways up towards closer to that Tennessee state line. We are seeing some of that ponding, but just make sure you have that extra time this morning.
Happening now, Mississippi's Department of Transportation is working on some road maintenance projects in part of Winston County. One of those projects includes a paving project that's happening along Highway 25 from the Atala County line to just north of Plattsburgh Road. It includes both milling and overlay work. Keep in mind this maintenance could cause some delays for traffic going in both directions. It is expected to finish sometime this summer. This morning in Alabama, murderer won't have to spend as much time in prison. This after a judge reduced his sentence. However, some advocates argue he shouldn't have to spend years in prison. An explanation coming up. Plus, the Federal Reserve will soon meet to make a decision on interest rates. What this could mean for you and your wallet is just ahead.
And as you're heading outside Starkville, we are going to track out a little bit more of that soggier weather, but how long is this rain sticking around?
My trees are down, my barn is down.
With weather is breaking news. The WTVA 9 Severe Weather Authority has the information you need to keep your family safe.
Well, I was thanking God enough that, nobody got hurt.
We track storms and show you when they will be where you live. This is a strengthening tornado right there.
It's going to continue to track into parts of Alcorn County.
Depend on the entire WTVA 9 News Severe Weather Authority team. We're always watching, always tracking.
At Vital Care, we provide a comfortable way to receive your infusions in your own home.
The nurse who came to my house was professional, courteous, and compassionate. I'm grateful to my doctor and Vital Care for working together to give me the traveling infusion center.
Call or visit NorthMississippiVitalCare.com. We help you heal with dignity and freedom.
When I think of ICC, I think about home.
The moment I stepped on campus, I knew it was a perfect fit. It helped me find my true self. It has opened me that I didn't even know existed.
Everyone here wants to succeed. And I was able to get involved here and make a real difference. I've met my closest friends here. There's something for everyone to be involved with.
I've gained skills to succeed in the workforce.
It's been the best experience.
All of a sudden, a guy came out the store parking lot. He hit me. I panicked. I got scared. When I heard Mama Justice, how you just feel a person that she had me. She wants the best for us, not just as a client, but definitely on a personal level. She wants to see people.
Advertising for legal services. Attention, U.S. Marines and others that worked at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987. The drinking water at Camp Lejeune was toxic. Those exposed have faced cancer and serious illness. You know our firm, the Driscoll Firm. We have proudly represented veterans and their families for years. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and have been diagnosed with cancer, you may be eligible for compensation. Keeping you and your family safe. Back WTVA 9 News at 10. Now, your WTVA Severe Weather Authority forecast with meteorologist Chelsea Simmons.
Welcome back this morning. Out the north end, we might encounter some rain. I drove through some, did you?
Yeah, I drove through some rain a little bit early from that commute and tapered off.
Same. It was really heavy in parts of it around Baldwin it was, and drove out of it. So it's kind of sporadic these days.
Yeah, we're seeing kind of small showers, heavier rainfall pushing through for a lot of places. Now, if you're closer towards that Tennessee state line, it's a bit more concentrated. And we are going to continue to track out a little bit more of that heavier rainfall. You can see some of those colors over towards parts of Lafayette County, moving into Union County, kind of getting a little bit more deeper, more of those yellows, oranges, even some red out there. So there is some heavier spots with that rainfall. Most of the heaviest rain is through our northern counties. Still some spotty showers, so even down towards Louisville, Macon, so you can see some rainfall. Outside right now, that has left us with some spots on the roadways, maybe a little bit of ponding closer to the north, but still overcast, cloudier skies to start. Temperatures we're seeing in those 50s for most of us, so warmer. Then we're going to be warmer into the afternoon as well, as we're topping out into those lower 70s.
Those attending the Love Rising show say consider this a rebuttal to state lawmakers passing 2 bills banning most public drag shows and banning gender-affirming care for minors.
Tennessee's really tough. Yes, I love it so much here. We're diehard Predators fans. I mean, I grew up most of my life in Tennessee, but same here. It can just be tough people. Yes.
Tonight's show benefits several organizations of the LGBTQ community.
Went for a board-hearted thing. We want to help do it growing into this huge event.
Amy Sadler is on the board of one of the organizations benefiting from tonight's event.
People in Tennessee care about people. We are the volunteer state. We want to make sure everyone is safe. If our legislature doesn't agree, that's fine. But we as people want everyone to feel safe, feel included, to be able to be themselves.
Performers included Marin Morris, Jason Isbell, Cheryl Crow, and more, leaving many attendees with 2 reasons to be here.
So why not come out, support a cause that's really close to our hearts, and then also see our favorite artists, of course. Yes.
And this morning, a judge reduced 5 to 30 years for an Alabama man convicted of murder when a police officer shot his friend. We're getting a live look at Alabama this morning. We're told Lakeith Smith was 15 when a police officer shot and killed his friend. This happened while the teens were caught burglarizing homes in Alabama. A judge handed down the new sentence after a lengthy court hearing. However, Smith's family and advocates argue that he spent decades in prison for a killing he did not commit. Defense William Maxwell says the decision was not justice and that they will appeal. Happening now, a Baldwin man is facing charges for molestation. Prentice County deputies arrested and charged Billy Ray McDonald with 2 counts of touching a child for lustful purposes. They say they got a report about the crime from the victim's parent. A judge said his bond at $100,000. Happening today, a panel is planning to get together in one part of North Mississippi to talk about the Jackson water crisis. Where you can go to join in on the discussion is coming up.
Morning. Hardee's 2 for $5 mix and match breakfast starts your
to be indicted as soon as Tuesday over an alleged hush money payment made to porn star Stormy Daniels shortly before Election Day in the 2016 presidential campaign. The investigation by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is looking at how Trump's company, the Trump Organization, classified the payment, reimbursement to Michael Cohen, as legal expenses. Also happening today, the Federal Reserve is set to meet to decide whether or not to raise or pause interest rates after continuously raising them over the past year in order to help curb inflation. The Fed's decision will have an impact on everything from individual credit card bills to the costs of everyday items on the banking crisis. If the Fed decides to raise interest rates, like some experts expect, it could have a significant impact on credit card payments. That means some of those rates that have been going up won't go up as much in the future, but the rates could still climb going forward. So you want to make sure and continue paying off your credit card debt. Happening today, a panel will get together in Oxford. They say they're going to talk about the water crisis happening in Jackson. It left the water crisis in Jackson. It left 150,000 capital city without running water. We're going to the second annual Water Day panel. Faculty, students, and guests are planning to talk about what happened and the response to that crisis. The panel is supposed to meet at 5:30 this evening at Bishop Hall on Ole Miss's campus. The goal is to bring more awareness to water-related problems, not just in Mississippi, but around the South. This morning, a U.S. department says it is concerned about the ferry companies in Mexico. This afternoon, Mexican police took a cargo terminal owned by an Alabama-based company. Mexico's seizure of the Caribbean coast port stretched into its second week Tuesday. Vulcan Materials says police and prosecutors still have not presented any legal paperwork to justify the seizure. The State Department says that it is actively engaged on the issue and notes cases like these have the potential to impact our ability to achieve our shared vision for goods in one of Mexico's economically disadvantaged regions, end quote. Looking ahead, hospitals and nursing homes. Katoon gives this after Alabama's legislature approves of a bill to provide more funding for hospitals and nursing homes. The bill calls for the remaining funds from the state's American Rescue Act to help make up for losses during the pandemic. The money amounts to around $200 million, according to the Senate version. The Alabama Hospital Association says the money will help, not enough to recoup any COVID losses. Looking ahead, Alabama could soon have 2 new state prisons. Lawmakers are moving forward with plans to build them. The decision was made despite the new construction cost estimates. Alabama's Department of Corrections now estimates the cost of the first prison will be over $1 billion. Alabama promised the U.S. Justice Department to add more prison beds to help solve overcrowding issues or face heavy fines. Looking ahead, looking forward traffic along the Gulf Coast. The New Orleans to Mobile route has been closed since Hurricane Katrina hit back in 2005. Experts say this opens the door for day trips across classified the payment and reimbursement to Michael Cohen as legal expenses. Also happening today, the Federal Reserve is set to meet to decide whether or not to raise or pause after continuous year in order to help curb inflation. The Fed's decision will have an impact on everything from individual credit card bills to the costs of everyday items on the banking crisis. If the Fed decides to pause interest rates, like some experts expect, it could have a significant impact on credit card payments. That means some of those rates that have been going up won't go up as much in the future. But the rates could still to make sure and continue paying off your credit card debt. Happening today, a panel will get together in Oxford. They say they're going to talk about the water crisis happening in Jackson. It left the water crisis in Jackson. It left 150,000 residents in the capital city without running water. Organizers are hosting search continues for this man, wanted in connection to a shooting at a Waffle House. Plus, a former Tupelo youth pastor is now facing additional charges. This after he was accused of sex crimes with a minor. An Alabama football player is suspended after a recent drug arrest. Plus,
smoothly, maybe a little bit more ponding closer towards parts of Alcorn, northern Tishomingo County. But if you are heading out, you have to do any traveling for today up into parts of Tennessee. Cloudy, overcast. Down towards Jackson, though, temperatures warming to 81. A few more clouds, but not quite as much rainfall.
New this morning, American Car Center has filed for bankruptcy. This comes nearly a month after the company shut down. The used car company abruptly stopped all of its businesses and operations on February 24th. The Memphis-based company owned 85 locations across 10 states, including one right here in Tupelo. Employees say they were notified about losing their job the same day the company closed its doors. Documents filed March 14th show the company is seeking relief through a Chapter 7 bankruptcy filing. American Car Center is looking to repay its over 1,000 creditors by liquidating the company's assets, valued between $50 million and $100 million. Happening now, Tupelo City Councilman Buddy Palmer says owning is only eye-opening. Now, Palmer's Grocery is getting ready to reopen with new owners and some new management. Palmer first worked for his father, who originally bought what would be known as Palmer's for the next 66 years, even after its name changed to Shoppers Value Foods in 2016. Palmer's sons took over as owners in 2004, and just last weekend, it was announced that the family would be selling the store to Chandler's Shoppers Value out of Hamilton, Alabama. The city councilman and son of a former alderman competing with Walmarts and Amazons of the world has been a big challenge and continues to be for business owners.
When my dad and I were in business, and I was in business, we had our local wholesalers, independent wholesalers, and we did no such thing as a group.
Shoppers Value Foods' new owners also have grocery stores in Ackerman, Clinton, and Eupora. This morning, some big news for folks in Fulton. The city finally getting a tractor supply company. The city says the tractor supply company will be breaking ground in Fulton sometime this fall. It'll be across from Smith Furniture on South Ave. The city sent a thank you to John Michael, one of the developers, for working on the project and choosing Fulton as their new home. We have the results from a special election overnight in Bruce. The city is getting ready to soon welcome their new mayor. Unofficial results show Jimmy Hubbard defeated Jeremy Parker by 75 votes. Just over 300 people came out to vote. Hubbard had 197 votes to Parker's 122. Hubbard takes over as mayor after Hubbard will take over as mayor after more than 6 years as an alderman. Hubbard's got to serve the remainder of former Mayor Rudy Pope's term through 2025. Then a special election will take place to fill his seat on the Board of Aldermen. But now a disabled veteran received a miracle, all thanks to a Facebook post. Now he's free again after 6 months. It's an incredible story on Starkville, and it might bring a tear to your eye this morning. WTV's Chris Dawes talked with the double amputee to share his story.
I'm free. I'm free.
I'm free is how Randall McKinstry, a disabled U.S. Army veteran, describes his emotions after being without transportation for half of a year. McKinstry says being housebound had a ripple effect on his life.
I live in an apartment, and it just like the wall was just getting close and close, just caving, being confined to that apartment. It just, made me depressed. I couldn't go anywhere, couldn't do anything.
This special day all started from a Facebook post from a friend.
I went to visit my friend. He was talking about the fact that he wasn't able to get out of the house due to the fact that his car broke down and the four walls was closing up. And that's what prompted me to say, hey, you know what? It's time for me to take charge and do something to help him.
Rice raffled an electric bike on Facebook to raise money for McKinstry, not knowing he would get a special call from a mechanic offering to repair McKinstry's vehicle for free.
I just hate to see him stranded in his home, not being able to get out and get to the gym and grocery store and things like that. So, that's what we do, is install motors and chemical work. So I want to help.
Clark tells me that it wasn't an easy process to repair this vehicle.
We replaced the engine. His engine was damaged. We also had to install a radiator that's what damaged the engine. Just replace the engine and put some fresh oil and fresh gaskets and things. And got it. I was in the shop. Mechanics were able to use this hook and this machine to raise his engine to get him up back in life.
McKinstry says he's very thankful and glad that he can now live a normal life again.
It's that. It just goes to show that there's still some good people out here. And he goes by the name Mr. Aubrey, the one that did the car, fixed the car, and Mr. Wonderful.
This morning, flooding in California could lead to some bigger problems. That includes higher prices at the grocery store. How this is affecting farms all across the state is coming up.
And while we are seeing rainfall for your morning commute,
Boards all fall into the shops that are going to get cut. Many of them underperformed. Now, the company plans to target younger and local shoppers with new stores. Company executives say these new concept shops will have a wider range of products. Now, we don't know yet if the location inside the mall here at Barnes Crossing will close or not. We have a better idea of what the TSA takes from travelers. Take a look at this. TSA in Birmingham showed off some of the confiscated items from all that and a frying pan. Sorry, you can't take a frying pan on the flight with you. As you might imagine, TSA says guns are the most dangerous items. One TSA worker says all of them were loaded, and an accidental discharge could have tragic results. If you want to travel with your gun, it needs to be in a bag. TSA says they seized 55 guns at the Birmingham airport last year, 1,600 sharp items like knives, and 3,400 pounds of hazardous materials.
Outside for your morning in Sherman, we're going to continue to track out a few more showers. Some of that. Right now, but we do have a little bit of rain just out to our west, so we could be seeing that here in the next few minutes. So needing some extra time for your morning commute. Roadways could be slick, a little bit soggy for some. That rain there for your morning time, but if you're heading out for the afternoon, seeing quite as much of rain. Where we are seeing some of those heavier spots, Port Montauk County, northern Lee, Prentice County, up to Alcorn County. That's where that heaviest rain is. Outside of our area, though, over towards Florence, if you have any folks out there that you know or you're traveling for your morning time, they're seeing a little bit more of that heavier rain. Farther towards the south, few showers, over towards Eupora, Macon, a little bit of that lighter rainfall, but it's not quite widespread. Fields is becoming that tapers off for your early Saturday.
Yeah, this morning, grocery store price.
73 degrees down in Starkville. Now we do stay mostly 80s once again, but Friday overnight, 80s once again, but Friday evening overnight with it. So just needing to make sure you are staying with or where with it. So just needing to make sure you are staying with or where. Awful. Down in Starkville. Now we do stay most Friday, starting off nice. Temperatures right around 65, warming into that tapers off for your early Saturday morning. That tapers off for your early Saturday morning. Make sure you are staying with or where. All forms of severe weather are possible with that.
Yeah, this morning, grocery store. Guns are the most dangerous.
Adding Lysol laundry sanitizer kills 99.9% of illness-causing bacteria.
The case that could be put in the most immediate jeopardy, district attorney's investigation into hush money payments to porn star Stormy Daniels.
Do you know about the $130,000 payment to Stormy Daniels?
No. The case involves potentially falsified business records and possible campaign finance violations, something that would surprise Trump back in 1999.
Nobody knows more about campaign finance than I do.
The payments to Daniels were facilitated by Cohen in the final days of the 2016 campaign. The Access Hollywood tape had just come out.
When you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
And Daniels was allegedly trying to sell her story about sleeping with Trump.
Was it hush money to stay silent?
Yes. The story was coming out again.
Trump's former fixer and personal attorney became one of his primary antagonists.
I know what Mr. Trump is. He is a racist, he is a con man, and he is a cheat.
Cohen has met with the Manhattan DA's office 20 times and appeared before the grand jury twice to testify about a $130,000 payment to Daniels to silence her about an alleged affair with Trump.
Mr. President!
Trump denies any such affair. Now, almost 7 years later, the case may be coming to a conclusion. But while this particular investigation may be the most imminent, legal experts say it's far from the most consequential. Trump is also facing a dual-pronged special counsel investigation.
It is in the public interest. Counsel.
The former president's handling of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago and possible obstruction.
We're going to walk down the middle.
And his involvement in the events leading up to the storming of the Capitol on January 6th.
Jack Smith's case is the most important because it's the constitutionally most significant to the country.
And that's not the only investigation related to the 2020 election and its aftermath in Georgia. Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis is looking into Trump and his allies' efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
In that case, a special grand jury returned a report recommending multiple indictments, and the DA is still deciding on whether to bring charges.
In Mississippi, the state's largest economic development plan continues to develop. The Golden Triangle Link is looking ahead to the next challenge. CEO Joe Max Higgins laid out a proposed timeline on construction for the aluminum dynamics plant. He said they plan to hire locally, but about 10% of the startup staff are coming from existing operations. Some have already bought homes or property here to build on. Higgins expects the expansion to bring more people to the area, but keeping them here depends on what the area can offer.
If you've got kids, you're looking at schools. Okay. If you don't have kids, you're looking at safety. Those of us that are married and got wives, they're going to want a place to shop and do retail.
Forming in to carry into 32 names have been submitted. They'll focus on economic development, housing, beautification, and more. Committees formed. The consultant will be brought in to help. They'll be creating an updated plan ready by June 2024. Last until 2040.
Once that comprehensive plan is adopted by the council, we will then embark on a new city development code and a new zoning map. And so the key aspect of this new comprehensive plan will be that it will result in a new development code, updated code of ordinances, and a zoning map.
The steering committee's first meetings planned for April, but will have opportunities to give input through the process. Two bills worth mentioning are still in limbo as lawmakers wrap up their final days at the state capitol. Courtney Ann Jackson explains how the legislation could impact you.
The state constitution gives you a voice when you think elected leaders have neglected issues you find important, or taking it down to the wire again with finding a way to restore that right to you.
It did get to this point last year and it stalled out during conference.
But the resolution in its current form?
I don't believe that it actually helps the people have a voice in the state of Mississippi. It's a horrible plan in order to fix something that was really simple by changing those congressional districts from 4 to 4.
Senators initially proposed more than doubling the number of signatures needed to get an issue on the ballot. But 2 weeks ago, the House lowered it to the number previously required, around 106,000. Still, they restrict the topics, including no referendums related to abortion.
In those conferences where a lot of the quirks get worked out, the differences between the two sides, and maybe even some of the input from the governor's office, because everybody has to remember the governor eventually has to sign whatever legislation we put forward.
Another issue heading to one of those conference committees, school funding. Education advocates are putting on the pressure with calls to the switchboards.
We have an opportunity here to make sure that every single Mississippi child has a shot at a great life, at a really strong, high-quality education. And everybody's paying attention. They know there's an extra $1 billion there, and they want their schools fully funded.
Courtney Ann Jackson, WCBI News.
It is 5:08 on our Wednesday morning. Temperatures are in the 50s this morning. A comfortable start, though we do have some showers out there this morning that can stick around early for us through the next couple of hours here. But by this afternoon, heading to the fairways. Good afternoon to do that. 77 by 4 o'clock. No chance of rain. A nice south breeze out there, feeling really nice for the second half of the day. Those showers this morning dissipating by about 11 o'clock, leaving the rest of the day dry tomorrow, and then severe storms on Friday. Eric.
Thanks, Isaac. A 95-year-old in Louisville used her birthday wish to raise money for kids in need. Takia Cummings spoke with a retired school teacher whose generosity has gone viral.
Every March, Miss Jean Estes Woodruff is asked what she wants for her birthday. This 95 years, she came up with a plan to help others.
Well, I was talking with a friend and she wanted to give me a gift. And I would not receive a gift. So I said, give me $1 for St. Jude. And that's how it began.
Woodruff made sure her wish was known to others. Melba Reed, Chief of Operations for Beehive Homes of Mississippi, says she remembers the day the Louisville native told her about the birthday request, and she decided she would help her out.
I decided that night that I would post it to our facility Facebook page, and it went viral.
The post received around 170 shares and hundreds of likes. Just 10 days, hundreds of people from 10 different states sent her dollar bills. Ones, fives, tens, and 20s soon flooded the mailbox, and Woodruff was happy to add every cent to the donation jar. Miss Jean says whoever comes in the doors has to give her $1. Donation cent. Some were strangers who were moved by her giving. Others had personal ties to Woodruff.
She began her teaching career in Louisville in 1950 and taught for many years. And she has received many cards from fellow students. And the majority of them have written which class that they graduated from. And it's just been so delightful for her to be able, for us to read those memories and share them with her.
After reading hundreds of cards, Woodruff is thankful and can't wait to show St. Jude the money that was donated.
Well, I'm so blessed. God has been so good to me, and He's so blessed me. And what a great cause. Thank you for the
telling your story in Louisville. Takia Cummings, WCBI News.
So far, she's received $1,000.
How about that?
Pretty neat. So she gets to send the money off to St. Jude, but she gets to keep all those cards.
Yeah, and maybe she'll keep the $1 on her dress just for herself.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Let's get to that sunrise question of the day today. If it's your birthday, it's perfect because it's National Goof Off Day. We want to know, how would you best goof off?
Spoiler alert, I'm 7 days for my birthday.
Really?
So we're getting closer.
Yeah, we are.
Marcia says sleep late and then binge watch the whole series on Netflix.
That does sound like a really good idea. Yeah. Tashina says do an art project.
All right. Kevin says just sit on my porch and do nothing all day.
Yeah, sitting outside when it's warm, not freezing. Be key. Stephanie, miss work and be MIA all day today.
Yeah. It is goof off day.
Yeah.
So
don't go to work.
You know, you mentioned it's a serious subject, of course, but it roped you right in the Murdaugh Netflix series, the inmate 37 on flight. Yes, that's also extremely riveting. So you can just watch it. That's one of those mini series you could probably knock out in 2 hours.
Yeah, for sure. And no matter how much you followed in that Murdaugh story, there's stuff in the documentary series that you don't know about, because a lot of it isn't about him necessarily as much as it is about his family and his kids' friends.
And I like how they started the documentary with that boating accident way before all this recent stuff happened.
Really got your attention.
Yes.
All right, that's over on our Facebook page. We got more sunrise coming up after the break.
Imagine yourself in a new Toyota. So, which one do you want?
This one.
Wow.
Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care. That's the value you can expect from Toyota. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, Jerry and Darcy, come check this out.
I'm on with my honey. Want to say hi? Oh, it's actually Honey. You know who adores Honey? Darcy.
Huge Honey fan. Show me what you got.
You're sure Jason likes bangs? Who cares what Jason likes? I know our fiber's fast, but slow down.
So close to our customers, you might as well be in the room with us. Get the Samsung Galaxy on us with trade-in. Customer inspired, that's C-Spire. Papa John's Pizza is now hiring. Positions are available, so apply today at careerspj.com. Text 0933 to 31063 or scan this QR code now. Serve your community. Earn Papa John's Pizza.
It's time to vote in WCBI's Viewers' Choice Award. Vote Columbus Christian Academy for Best School. Vote every day throughout March for all of your local favorites in WCBI's Viewers' Choice Awards on WCBI.com.
Insurance companies make billions of dollars, but think about it. They only make money when you don't. When you're hurt, can you really trust the insurance company to treat you fairly? Think about that. Then call Team Schwartz.
Our job to make the insurance company pay you the most money possible, and we don't get paid until you do. About that. Call the name you know. Team Schwartz. One call, that's all.
Imagine yourself in a new Toyota. Wow, nice imagining.
Many new Toyotas come with Toyota Safety Sense Standard, designed to enhance your overall safety. Toyota, let's places.
Welcome back. We're talking this morning with Chip Templeton. He's here to tell us about the Charles Templeton Senior Ragtime and Jazz Festival, which is coming up very quickly. Good morning, Chip.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to our conversation.
You bet. Now, this is obviously something that's very personal to you.
That's my action that's in the library, and we have all these moving parts of other ways to celebrate those archives so people can enjoy them.
Now, tell people what they can expect when they come out to the festival. What all do you have going on?
There are a lot of things. So I guess let me make the major point. If you couldn't come but to one thing,
okay,
maybe to a Friday night concert or a Saturday night concert, you'll be seeing fantastic entertainers worldwide, great people coming. There are other moving parts. You can come during the daytime, library in the museum, and see seminars, movies, tours of the museum, all kinds of information. And it starts out on Thursday evening with the Gatsby Gala. So I kind of walked you backwards.
Okay, that's fine.
But that's a good way to kind of wrap it up in a few sentences. So there's a lot of things about this.
I got you. So some major concerts going on at night, but then also plenty of stuff to do during the day too, Friday and Saturday.
That's true. The concert hall is a couple of buildings down from the library.
Okay.
In Lee Hall Auditorium. That starts at 7 o'clock. The doors opening at 6:30. But during the day in the library, there's all things there to look at the library, the Grant Museum, and the other things there. We're there to promote the library as well as this festival around the museum. The museum is called the Business of Music. So it is about music,
right?
But it's really about the business of music. That's the difference between drinking a glass of wine and studying wine. So there's a lot of there. That kind of tells you a little bit about how that works.
Right. So if you're interested in both sides, if you just wanted to hear some music, or if you want to take a deeper look into the business itself.
Right. All kind of things go on.
All right. How did this get started? Well, why was it important?
Well, American popular music is what our really society is about. So we study in the library all about that, from Edison's invention of the phonograph in 1877, all the way through when ragtime music started in 1899, and all the different genres that came from that. This is America's music. All the genres we have were birthed from that. So we study that. And the museum is made up of the instruments, which is the Victrolas, and 200 different instruments that display the history of the business of that, the sheet music, and the recordings. And that's kind of like a three-legged that you study that. So it's from the copyrights to graphic art to engineering, and we get other parts of the university involved as well.
Probably a million different details about the business that people haven't even thought about.
Right. And our website tells a great story about everything. So if they go to our website, they can learn a lot about this before they come to any of the events, and it'll wet their whistle.
All right. Now, the music that they're going to be hearing, does that cover a wide range, different time periods?
Yes, this is going to be probably from the 19-teens to the 30s.
Okay.
And actually, the Friday night concert is called Ragtime to Rockabilly. We'll start with visual history. And Saturday, jazz. So that kind of tells you the area there.
Gotcha. And so it's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Again, events going all day, Friday
All
and
day.
Saturday.
That's it.
All right. Anything else that you'd like to say about it? I know that they can get more information at library.mississippistate.edu.
We have 5 performers from around the country, from Connecticut to Colorado to Arkansas, you name it.
All right. Thanks so much, Chip, for being here this morning.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We'll be right back.
When the Murrays discovered Gain scent beads, they fell in love with the irresistible scent. So did their dog Roger. Gain scent beads keep even the stinkiest stuff smelling fresh.
I made dinner.
We got McDonald's. Dad didn't come.
Get a medium fries and medium Dr. Pepper when you buy any McCrispy. Only on the app. Ba-da-ba-ba.
We got another 1,000 followers.
Why is our alpha agent number 1?
Crystal.
Hey, y'all.
Crystal helped this place get back on its feet after that crazy fire last year.
Oh, yeah. Me and this place go way back.
I can see that.
Before a little thing becomes a big thing, call your alpha agent.
It's the final days of Ford Truck Month, America. Time to get up and get into Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 46 years straight, including Ford F-150 and the all-new Ford Super Duty. Or check out Ford Maverick and Ford Ranger. It's the final days of Ford Truck Month, and see what a good Ford Tough Truck can do for you. There's a great selection in stock. Don't miss 0.9% for 60 plus $1,000 bonus on a 2022 F-150, only at your local Ford dealer.
It's time to vote in WCBI's Viewers' Choice Award. Vote Quick Lane Tire and Auto Center for Best Oil Change. Vote every day throughout March for all of your local favorites in WCBI's Viewers' Choice Awards on WCBI.com.
The highest quality healthcare. Your family deserves nothing less. Cornerstone Family Medical Center offers a wide range of services designed to meet your healthcare needs. See nurse practitioner Cindy Vaughn at Cornerstone Family Medical Center, Alabama Street, Columbus. Call 570-4636.
WCBI First Alert Forecast is brought to you by Alpha Insurance. Call Alpha Agent Alicia Clark in Vernon for all your insurance needs. Your WCBI First Alert Forecast with Chief Meteorologist Isaac Williams.
It's 5:20 on our Wednesday morning, and in recent mornings, we've started each day a little warmer than the previous one. Today, no exception, about 15 to 20 degrees different from our Tuesday. 54 in Columbus and Vernon, 53 in Tupelo, 49 in Iuka, 57 in Starkville. Down to the south, very spotty rain coverage this morning. To the north, more steady rain coverage and even some heavier showers in progress there, but no lightning or thunder, nothing really to worry with this morning other than some wet roadways the farther north you go. This is tied to really a warm front that's positioned near Nashville, and it's going to continue to move to the north and east away from our area today. So after and by 10 o'clock or so, we should be drying things out, and our afternoon certainly looks dry and increasingly warm. 77 degrees, your high temperature today. Around the nation, this is what we're looking at the jet stream as well. Factoring in here, looking into the west. The storm system that's going to bring us severe weather on Friday night is now in the United States. It's just moving ashore in the western part of California. That's going to continue to move across the country in the next couple of days, and once again, be very favorably positioned by Friday afternoon and Friday night. A lot of fast winds also spreading apart. That means, again, lots and lots of rising air. This is a very classic severe weather look for us around here, and for that reason, we're already at a level 3 risk of severe weather for Friday afternoon and Friday night. I would not worry that this line stops magically in Ackerman. I would be very surprised if that risk is not expanded farther eastward in future updates. And again, with everything that we can look at behind the scenes, things are pointing toward a potentially significant type of an event. And again, hopefully that doesn't happen, but I want everybody to be extra weather aware, because by Friday night, storms will probably already be in Mississippi. And you can see the streaks showing up in the precipitation field. And that's likely the model telling us that there could be some supercell type storms with an attendant tornado risk moving across the state. Again, this would be Friday night. The good news, though, is that this is all out of here Saturday, but then by Sunday morning, storms developing south of here ultimately will wind up in here sometime Sunday evening. This is a look at 5 p.m. and heavy rain and storms moving back in. And some of these could also be severe, but the Sunday setup looks nothing like what Friday's setup looks like. So we got to get through Friday first, and certainly want you to be weather aware for that. Saturday looks good. Sunday, Monday, some storms moving in too, and then we turn slightly cooler by next Tuesday. Here's Cam with sports.
Officially in the air, which means Ole Miss football is back on the field. Lane Kiffin got his first look at this year's team yesterday as they got spring ball rolling. The question swirling around last spring was who would earn the starting job at quarterback? And well, some things never change. Ole Miss brought in Oklahoma State transfer Spencer Sanders in the offseason, and of course, they're returning their starter from last year, junior Jackson Dart. In the past, Kiffin compared bringing in Sanders to an NFL team, bringing in a veteran QB, but Sanders is sure to have his eyes set on that starting job. Last season, Sanders threw for 2,642 yards and 17 touchdowns, along with 8 TDs on the ground. Dart threw for nearly 3,000 yards and passed for 20 tutties, also picking up over 600 rushing yards. There's still a long way to go, but until the decision needs to be made, but eyes will be on the battle up until the start of the season. Bottom line, after day one, both guys were looking sharp.
It looks like, within the last season and the first year playing so much, to have some time to recover. It's gotten stronger and has looked really good and much improved. So that's exciting. Spencer was a little limited in throwing initially with a previous injury, but he was out there today taking reps. So excited for all three guys.
And we've got a great day of sports on tap for you tonight. Hear more from the Rebels as they continue getting set for the 2023 football season. Ole Miss women's basketball shocked the world by beating Stanford. But it's time to look ahead at the Sweet 16, and Mississippi State and Ole Miss baseball both face top 10 ranked teams this weekend. We'll have more on what yet they have to do to get their first SEC win. All that and more tonight at 10 on WCBI. That's it for sports. We'll be back after this.
WCBI Basketball Tournament is brought to you by Alpha Insurance. For slam dunk service and savings, call Alpha. Fastnet, internet powered by 4 County. Oxford Law Firm. Taste Italian Kitchen, the best Italian in the Golden Triangle. Pluto's Greek Tavern. Every city needs a euro. Hearn Law Firm. Bank First, banking as it should be. Stone's Jewelry. Richard Schwartz and Associates. One call, that's all. And visit Columbus, the city that has it all.
Senior Medicare Patrol is a federally funded program of the Administration for Community Living. SNP's mission is to empower and assist Medicare beneficiaries, their families, and caregivers to prevent, detect, and report healthcare fraud, errors, and abuse. In Louisiana, Mississippi, and Georgia, the Senior Medicare Patrol program is sponsored by AdviseWell, Inc. Call 1-877-272-8720 or visit stopmedicarefraud.org to get more information about SNP.
All right, everybody, it's 2 of any of these for just $6.
Can you get a day single with a 10-piece nug?
Yep. How about 2 day singles for $6?
Ooh.
And that's class. Sit down, Toby. Sorry.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6.
It's time to vote in WCBI's Viewers' Choice Award. Vote for Lowndes Funeral Home for Best Funeral Home. Vote every day throughout March for all of your local favorites in WCBI's Viewers' Choice Awards on WCBI.com.
Who's on it with Jardians?
Great. We're the ones getting it done.
We're managing type 2 diabetes and heart risk.
We're on it with Jardians.
Join the growing number of people who are on it with the once daily pill, Jardians. Jardians not only lowers A1C, it goes beyond to reduce the risk of cardiovascular death for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease. And Jardians may help you lose some weight.
Jardians may cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardians and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardians with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
A once daily pill that goes beyond lowering A1C?
We're on it.
We're on it. We're on it with Jardians.
Ask your doctor about Jardians.
Telling your story on WCBI Sunrise with Eric Crosswhite.
Welcome back. An international pet detective is on the hunt in Nebraska looking for a family's beloved dog.
Gatini Tinsley explains her background. Volunteering on missing persons cases makes it ideal for the job. Kidding. We'll get to that later, maybe.
Seem to be having some technical difficulty. That's all right, because we got our sunrise question of the day over on our Facebook page. It's National Goof Off Day. So we're asking, how would you best goof off? What are your plans for the day?
Let's see what you're saying on Facebook. Tashina, relax and read a book.
Okay. It's productive reading a book.
Yeah.
Amanda,
I don't fall asleep.
Yeah, I might put you back to sleep. Amanda says sleep.
Perfect. Stephanie says miss work and be MIA all day.
Sounds nice. Just knowing where you're at. Tashina, pop some popcorn and spend the day watching comedy movies.
Okay. Jackie, buy not one but 2 bags of black jelly beans.
I don't know too many people that like the black jelly beans, but good on you, Jackie.
That's their idea of being silly or goofing off. Why would you buy jelly beans?
Can you get just all of one color jelly beans?
I guess you can.
Probably. These days you can. You can order anything off
right.
Amazon.
If they don't have it at the store, surely you can.
It would be very tempting for me to just goof off and watch movies all day long, honestly. Right. But there are plenty of days where I do that.
You do that
so
anyway.
It wouldn't be a special occasion. Well, my mind just instantly goes to any sort of day surrounded by water, at the lake or at the beach, because that's kind of like, to me, what goofing off means, to be able to kind of have fun and play in the water, but at the same time also just get out and relax and enjoy the sun too.
Well, they're telling us that we have the package, or should we go to break first? Package. Okay, so we're going to go to Nebraska now with Gatini.
An international pet detective, boots on the ground, $1,000 reward, and a family in tears. Sound unusual? Well, it's actually more common than you think. According to the Humane Society, nearly 10 million pets go missing in the United States every year. Of those, 15% of dogs and 2% of cats are reunited with their owners. Karen Tarquin has helped find missing pets from Omaha, Lincoln, and even Ecuador. She volunteered for missing persons search and rescue for years and later transferred her skills to pets.
We just had a call that he was sighted over in Cotner. So now we're rushing over that way with one of the dogs so they can pick up the scent and continue to track him.
Tarquin is helping the Musterman family and their dog Oliver, a 3-year-old cattle dog mix. He went missing from a Lincoln Petco on Saturday.
It was a freak accident. They said as they put him in the kennel, he, pawed his way at the door and pushed it open somehow. And as they were opening the door to let a new dog in, he slipped in between their legs and ran out the front of the store.
Shortly after, Oliver was spotted limping and being hit by a car. Pet detective Tarquin uses a variety of standard canine tracking techniques that are used all over on missing people to find Oliver. The process includes training the canine to pick up the scent of the missing dog and then let him scour the streets to alert the pet detective team when the scent is picked up. Tarquin says finding missing pets is harder than you may think.
It's not just as simple as throwing down a tracking dog and running after it. You really got to start spiraling and see. The key is we have to get that pet owner in front of that dog to see if he'll go, that's my person.
Personality profiles also come into play when trying to find a missing pet or person. Oliver is dubbed a STARS dog.
He's shy, timid, aloof, reserved, and skittish. That means that he doesn't generally allow a stranger to approach. So he's not really very flexible in his personality, and he's likely to bolt.
Tarquin also says the community plays a pivotal role when trying to find missing pets and people. Without tips of sightings, cases can quickly go cold.
I hope they find him soon, and that might be something that's actually worth the money, because the heartache that you would feel over a lost dog sometimes, is worth that extra dollar.
Yeah, dogs already inherently smart. With that extra training, definitely, serving and playing a big role.
Hope they find all of them. It's 5:32. We've got more sunlight coming up after the break.
At LQ Furniture this weekend, of course, we always got a deal. We always have that guaranteed low price. It's not on everything that we advertise, right? It's on everything in the store. That's right. So here's an example, and not one you're going to want to miss. You get this matching sofa and love seat for $475. Both pieces, $475. LQ Furniture. We're open Friday, 10 to 6, Saturday, 10 to 6, and Sunday, noon to 6.
Your internet could be free with ACP. Max South Broadband has been approved by the FCC as an affordable connectivity program provider to help qualified households in our communities pay for internet services. You may be eligible for up to $30 a month towards your internet service. This could cover the full cost of high-speed internet services. This new benefit will keep households connected to jobs, critical healthcare services, and virtual classrooms. Your internet could be free with ACP.
American made means more than just being made in America. It means representing the values that our country is founded on. Hard work, independent spirit, revolutionary thinking, breaking a few rules, and doing it all for the right reasons. American made bad boy mowers. Mow with an attitude.
WCBI and Vitalent encourage you to donate blood and save lives in the WCBI Community Blood Drive, Friday, March 31st from 12:30 to 4:30 at the Bloodmobile located at WCBI TV. Vitalent will be giving away 2 $10,000 prepaid gift cards to 2 lucky winners who donate blood. No purchase necessary. By donating blood, you are helping to ensure the safety and availability of the country's blood supply. Schedule your appointment to donate at vitalent.org.
Telling your story. You're watching WCBI Sunrise.
Welcome back. Former President Trump didn't get arrested yesterday, but he's reportedly still preparing for the possibility. So are law enforcement officials in New York and Washington, D.C., with intelligence sources warning of an uptick in violent online rhetoric from domestic extremists. CBS News' Jared Hill reports if indicted, Trump could become the first former U.S. president to be arrested.
Several sources close to former President Donald Trump say he's huddling at home at Mar-a-Lago, surrounded by his lawyers and senior campaign advisors, as he awaits a possible indictment in Manhattan. Sources tell CBS News the grand jury's work is almost done. It's considering whether to indict the former president in connection to allegations that he falsified records in order to pay for the silence of adult film star Stormy Daniels back in 2016. She says they had an affair. Trump has denied all of it.
Our enemies are desperate to stop us.
Over the past few days, Trump, a candidate for 2024, has used the prospect of arrest as a rallying cry, pushing out a flurry of fundraising emails and calling supporters to protest.
It gives him a chance to really play the victim, which is his favorite thing to do politically.
Several Republicans have rushed to Trump's defense. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul tweeted Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg should be put in jail. Responding to the pressure, a spokesperson for Bragg wrote, "We won't let baseless accusations deter us from fairly applying the law."
While the president's calls for protests haven't really materialized, law enforcement isn't taking any chances. There are barricades around the courthouse here in Manhattan, the DA's office, Trump Tower as well.
In Washington, fencing around the U.S. Capitol.
Police are better prepared and better informed this time around.
CBS News has obtained an intelligence bulletin that describes a significant increase in threats and violent rhetoric online following Trump's recent social media posts predicting the possible arrest. Jared Hill, CBS News, New York.
And this week, the former president's team also filed a motion to squash a special grand jury report in Fulton County, Georgia, where there's a probe into alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election results. Isaac.
Eric, it's 5:37. Still watching some decent rain up in Pontotoc, New Albany, Tupelo, toward Boonville and Iuka. Down to the south, not much rain for the Golden Triangle, and it should stay that way going forward. Also in West Alabama, very spotty rain coverage for Vernon. 40% chance of rain through about 7 o'clock, 30% at 8, 20% at 9. Each hour, we should lose the shower coverage. This afternoon, we should be dry with temperatures in the 70s to even some 80s down to the south across southern Mississippi. 82 in Jackson, 81 degrees out in Meridian. Just want to show you something cool. This is out in California from yesterday. Looks kind of like a hurricane making landfall in San Francisco. This is the same system that's going to bring us severe weather on Friday afternoon and Friday night. But again, the satellite loop is very very impressive just on how it looks like almost an eye wall moving ashore there in San Francisco. And later on today, more unsettled weather for the desert Southwest. Then the system pulls across the country and reaches us by Friday afternoon and Friday nights. Eric?
Thanks, Isaac. And now a former youth pastor in Tupelo accused of child sex crimes. The Lee County Sheriff's Office added more charges. 27-year-old Alexander Blackwelder is now facing 2 counts of sexual battery from the county. Tupelo police had already filed charges after a tip started an investigation, which included enticement of a child for lustful purposes. Officers and sheriff's deputies are working together on the case. A man in Clay County is accused of a child sex crime and knowingly spreading HIV. 31-year-old DeMont Cantrell is charged with possession of child pornography and exposure to HIV. Officers arrested him in Orlando, Florida, and will extradite him to West Point. Cantrell's indictment claims he infected someone in 2018, the same year he got in trouble for child pornography. His bond hasn't been set. Prentice County investigators arrested a man from Baldwin for child molestation. 74 Billy Ray McDonald is charged with 2 counts of touching a child for lustful purposes. The child's parents filed the charges based on evidence collected. McDonald's bond is set at $100,000. He's been ordered to have no contact with the victim. The Columbus Police Overview Committee hasn't met since 2019. In fact, the only meeting on record was the first one in September 2016. Columbus Council members discussed breathing new life into the committee at their meeting last night. Overview member LaVon Harris says she's been working for 2 years to get the group back together.
So I hope they bring the Overview committee back again. It's not so much about transparency. It's just about, the community will have something that they can govern towards their voice. And that's what it's more about. So I'm hoping the next step be that we meet with the councilors, the mayor, and the chief of police or the assistant chief of police.
Harris encourages people with concerns to join her in restoring the committee. Infirmary nurses are the primary medical care people get behind bars. Sarah Rickard at the Lowndes County Jail has been doing the job for 26 years. She says she's never lost her passion to help others.
On a daily basis, we do blood pressures, we do blood sugars, we keep up with all their medications, we make sure that just like they were at their house, we take care of them here. We also go a step further to if there's emergencies or anything like that, we assess them as their nurses and we'll call a doctor or we can send them to a hospital.
Nurses like Rickard are on call 24/7, way beyond their regular shift. Later on Sunrise, flames under the hood, how long it took crews to put out a parking lot car fire in Starkville. We've got more Sunrise after the break.
Mucinex Night Shift fights your worst nighttime symptoms so you can get to sleep and wake up ready to go. How could you? Wake up to a new you. With Mucinex Night Shift, it's not cold and flu season. It's always comeback season.
It's okay to let your eyes linger over the delicious buttered biscuits. Just be sure you notice the crispy, juicy, tender chicken between them, too.
Mix and match your favorite breakfast sandwiches. 2 for $4.59.
Come on! Time for Downey McBride to go to work. Y'all gotta sniff this stuff.
Smells great, Downey.
Cul-de-sacs.
Downey, don't stop. You gotta sniff it to believe it.
The new 2023 GMC Sierra AT4X is equipped to conquer the great outdoors. Or the great indoors. Welcome to the peak, the premium off-roading. Or get 2.9% APR for 5 years on the turbo high off-road engine Sierra Light Duty Elevation model. Plus current eligible GMC owners get $5,500 total value.
Go from college to career in less than a year. Local manufacturers need highly skilled, highly trained technicians to grow their business. At East Mississippi Community College, preparing students for work is what we do. Through our Manufacturing Technology and Engineering Division, we offer high-quality career technical education focused on modern manufacturing. You'll get top-notch instruction, access to state-of-the-art equipment, and the personalized support needed to put you on the fastest path to a high-wage job. Learn more about earning your degree with EMCC, where opportunity happens here.
Bye-bye cough. 8 or chest congestion. Hello, 12 hours of relief.
12 hours? Not coughing? Hashtag still not coughing?
Mucinex DM gives you 12 hours of relief from chest congestion in any type of cough, day or night. Mucinex DM. It's comeback season.
Welcome back. This week, Jackson's looking up, explaining solar and lunar eclipses. Here's weather-wise.
Meteorologist Jackson Chastain here with the latest edition of Weatherwise. Today we're going to talk about a phenomenon. It's not necessarily weather related, but it is astronomy related, and that is what is called eclipses. And we actually have two types of eclipse. You might have heard that term kind of flung around before, and it's actually a very interesting phenomenon. And it's a phenomenon that if you don't pay attention, you can actually miss it, but it is very interesting, especially with the two types being lunar. You have your lunar eclipse, and then you have your solar eclipse. And I've got the details on what those differences are. First of all, if you're looking at a lunar eclipse, basically what is happening is that the Earth is getting in between the sun and the moon. So if you're on the Earth, you won't know that you're in between the sun and the moon, but you're going to see some effect because basically you're going to get a shadow that's going to be cast onto the moon, which is basically the Earth's shadow. And when you look at the moon, it's not going to look normal. It's actually going to look maybe a little bit red because of that shadow being cast on the moon. And there's basically different phases of lunar eclipse. You've got your total lunar eclipse where basically you have a soft Earth shadow, and you have the hard shadow covering the entire moon, and that's what's termed a blood moon. So when you see kind of a redder hue to the moon, that might be what you're looking at right there. Then you also have the partial lunar eclipse, and that's when only part of the Earth's hard shadow is cast on the moon. So it looks kind of reddish, but it's not fully that color, and it's also not covering the entirety of the moon. And then, of course, you also have the penumbral eclipse, which basically is what's happening is that you're still getting kind of that Earth shadow being cast. It's just not being cast on the moon. So it's very hard to see, in that case, a lunar eclipse occurring in that instance. But it is something, if you look really hard, you might be able to see it. Now, the solar eclipse, I think that's the one that really knocks people's socks off. And basically what's happening here is the moon is getting in between the Earth and the sun. And when that happens, especially in broad daylight, it can be extremely spectacular. Because basically, when you have the moon covering the sun, well, you're not getting a lot of sunlight, so it'll actually darken the skies. It'll look like it's sunrise or sunset. It'll actually get darker, and it looks very, very beautiful. Now, again, you be careful here. You can't look directly at it. They actually have specialized glasses that you can wear to look at a solar eclipse, which we actually have one coming up. I believe it's April 8th of